here. 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 This world is no use for someone like more magic is cruel. You might as well give it all up right now. You are born a loser, you worthless brat. There was a time in my life when I might have given up, but that's all behind me now. Give up? That's all behind me now! You are born a loser, you worthless brat! Give up?
My tea's gone cold, I'm wondering why I got out of bed at all. The morning rain clouds up my window, and I can't see it all. And even if I could, it'll all be grey. But your picture on my wall, it reminds me that it's not so bad, it's not so bad.
Dance for me like 1, 2, 3. Close your eyes and you shall see. Feel the beat, set yourself free. Round and around for me. Dance for me like 1, 2, 3. Close your eyes and you shall see. Feel the beat, set yourself free. Round and around for me. Dance for me like 1, 2, 3. Close your eyes and you shall see. Feel the beat, set yourself free. Round and around for me. You ready? So won't you show me what you got? Show me what you got. Don't act like you forgot. Got, 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 dance for me like 1, 2, 3. Close your eyes and you shall see. Feel the beat, set yourself free. Round and around and around for me. Dance for me like 1, 2, 3. Close your eyes and you shall see. Feel the beat, set yourself free. Round and around and around for me.
Do you ever feel like a plastic bag drifting through the wind, wanting to start again? Do you ever feel so paper thin, like a house of cards, one blow from caving in? Do you ever feel already buried deep, 6 feet under screams but no one seems to hear it then? Do you know that there's still a chance for you, 'cause there's a spark in you, you just gotta ignite the light and let it shine. Just love the night, let the fire burn your light. 'Cause baby you're a firework, come show me what you work. Make 'em go as you shoot across the sky. Baby you're a firework, come on let your colors burst. Make 'em go you gonna let 'em know it's you don't have to feel like a waste of space. You're original, cannot be replaced. If you only knew what the future holds, after a hurricane comes a rainbow. Maybe a reason why all the doors are closed, so you could open one that leads you to the perfect road. Like a lightning bolt, your heart will go, and when it's time to know, you just gotta ignite the light and let it shine. Just love the night, let the fire burn your light. 'Cause baby you're a firework, come on show me what you work. Make 'em go as you shoot across the sky. Baby you're a firework, come on let your colors burst. Make 'em go you gonna let 'em know it's even brighter than the moon. It's always been inside you, and now it's time to let it Why you afraid to fall asleep? You'll be safe here with me. When the dark is all you see, follow the sound of the melody. Hush, my darling, don't you cry, baby. I will be your lullaby, and all my tears you sacrifice from us. I will be your lullaby. Hush, my darling, don't you cry, baby. I will be your lullaby, and all my tears you sacrifice from us. I will be your lullaby. Hush, my darling, don't you cry, baby. I will be your lullaby, and all my tears you sacrifice from us. I will be your Put the lights out. We got nothing left to fear, so put the lights out. Let the voices disappear for the night. I'll be here, I will sing along, my dear. Put the lights out. Put the lights out. Put the lights out. We got nowhere left to be, so turn the lights out. Close your eyes and count to three. For a while you will see that the night will set us free. Put the lights out. Put the lights out. Hush, my darling, don't you cry, baby. I will be your lullaby, and all my tears you sacrifice from us. I will be your lullaby. Hush, my darling, don't you cry, baby. I will be your lullaby, and all my tears you sacrifice from us. I will be your lullaby. Hush, my darling, don't you cry, baby. I will be your lullaby, and all my tears you sacrifice from us. I will be your
Mr. Roth, to feel this feeling. Where am I? Why am I being imprisoned? What is that melody? What is that melody? It's all an illusion.
Kisses of the sun. It's sweet, I feel and blink. I let it in my eyes. Like an exotic dream, the radio plays songs that I have never heard. I don't know what to say. Oh, not enough. It goes around the world just like that. It's all around the world just like that. And everybody's singing like that. And now the bells are ringing la 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Inside an empty room, my inspiration close, can't wait to hear the tune. Around my head it goes a magic melody. You want to sing with me, just la 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 la. The music is the key and now the night is gone. Still it goes on and on so deep inside of me. I long to set it free, I don't know what to do. Just can't explain to you, I don't know what to say. Oh, not another word, just la 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 la.
when I look this good, I just wanna be bad. I know you probably heard this, but you never heard that. Did they tell you I might be out of my mind? Or I might be the reason you came in here tonight. It ain't no fun if you don't cross the line. Come and get a dig there one more time. Show me how your body feels on mine.
No smoke, no smoke. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, buddy. Hey, chill that shit out. Pal, you're not even in the muscle, buddy. You see this fucking bicep? I want this down! I want this down!
Somebody said they saw you, the person you were kissing wasn't me, and I would never ask you. I just kept it to myself. I don't wanna know. You're playing me, keep it on the low, 'cause my heart can't take it anymore. And if you're creeping, please don't let it show. Oh baby, I don't wanna know. Think about it when I hold you. When looking in your eyes, I can't believe, and I don't need to know the truth. Yeah, baby, keep it to yourself. I don't wanna know. If you're playing me, keep it on the low, 'cause my heart can't take it anymore. If you're creeping, please don't let it show. Oh baby, I don't wanna know. Touch you better than me. Watch you fall asleep. That you used to do to me. Better off that way. All that I can say. Come back to me. I don't wanna know. You're playing me, keep it on the low, 'cause my heart can't take it anymore. And if you're creeping, please don't let it show. Oh baby, I don't wanna know. Oh baby, I don't wanna know.
Jump, dance, move, bounce, jump, dance, move, bounce, hands up, groove, get down, jump, dance, hands up when you hear that sound. Hands up when you hear that sound. move, I got you. No more stand around like a statue. If you wanna vibe, I'm down. Hands up all night when you hear that sound. Jump, dance, move, bounce, jump, dance, move, bounce, jump, dance, move, bounce, jump, dance. Hands up when you hear that sound. Jump, dance, move, bounce, jump, dance, move, bounce, jump, dance, move, bounce, jump, dance, move, bounce.
me go. I just wanna feel baby, sit on the side.
fucking guy, bro. Turn it.
Rolling on your knees, wanted. Making mama so proud. But your voice was too loud. We like to watch you laughing. You're thinking if it's all less. No time to think of consequences. Show yourself, take away what you need from it. A family of trees wanted to be haunted. Show yourself, take away what you need from it. A family of trees wanted to be haunted. The water is warm, but it's sending me shivers. A baby is born, crying out for attention. Memories fade, like looking through a small mirror. Decisions are made, not for what I thought. This wouldn't hurt a lot, I guess not. Show yourself, take only what you need from it. A family of trees wanted to be haunted. Show yourself, take only what you need from it. A family of trees wanted to be haunted. Show yourself, take only what you need from it. A family of trees wanted to be haunted.
You're so hypnotizing. Could you be the devil? Could you be an angel? Your touch magnetizing. Feels like I am floating. Leaves my body glowing. They say, be afraid. You're not like the others. Futuristic lover. Different DNA. They don't understand you. You're from a whole other world. A different dimension. You open my eyes. And I'm ready to go. Lead me into the light. Kiss me. Kiss me. Infect me with your love and fill me with your poison. Take me. Take me. Wanna be a victim. Ready for affection. Boy, you're an alien. Your touch so foreign. It's supernatural. Extraterrestrial. You're so hypnotizing. Could you be the devil? Could you be an angel? Your touch magnetizing. Feels like I am floating. Leaves my body glowing. They say, be afraid. You're not like the others. Futuristic lover. Different DNA. They don't understand you. You're from a whole other world. A different dimension. You open my eyes. And I'm ready to go. Lead me into the light. Kiss me. Kiss me. Infect me with your love and fill me with your poison. Take me. Take me. Wanna be a victim. Ready for affection. Boy, you're an alien. Your touch so foreign. It's supernatural. Extraterrestrial.
Yes, I can see her. 'Cause every girl in there wanna be her. Oh, she's a diva. I feel the same and I wanna meet her. They say she low down. Sister room and I don't believe her. They say she needs to slow down. The baddest thing around town. She's nothing like a girl you've ever seen before. Nothing you can compare to your neighborhood. I'm trying to find the words to describe this girl without being disrespectful. Yes, I can see her. 'Cause every girl in there wanna be her. Oh, she's a diva. I feel the same and I wanna meet her. They say she low Yes, I can see her. Cause every girl in there wanna be her. Oh, she's a diva. I feel the same and I wanna meet her. They say she low down. It's just a rumor and I don't believe her. They say she needs to slow down. The baddest thing around town. She's nothing like a girl you've ever seen before. Nothing you can compare to your neighborhood. I'm trying to find the words to describe this girl without being disrespectful. Yes, I can see her.
Kiss me hard before you go. Summertime sadness. I just wanted you to know that baby you're the best. I got my red dress on tonight, dancing in the dark in the pale moonlight. Done my hair up real big, beauty queen style. High heels up, I'm feeling alive. Oh my God, I feel it in the air till I can wise. Above, I'm sizzling like a snail, honey, I'm on fire. I feel it everywhere, nothing scares me anymore. Kiss me hard before you go. Summertime sadness. I just wanted you to know, baby, you're the best. I got that summertime sadness. So summertime sadness. Got that summertime sadness. Oh, oh, oh. I got that summertime sadness. So summertime sadness. Got that summertime sadness. Oh, oh, oh. I got that summertime sadness. So summertime sadness. Got that summertime sadness. Oh, oh, oh. It's complicated, it always is. It's just the way it goes. Feels like the wait is so long for this. I wonder if it shows. Head on the water, no I can't breathe. It never felt so good. 'Cause I can feel it coming over me. I wouldn't stop it if I could. When love takes over, yeah. I know you can't deny. When love takes over, yeah. Something's here tonight. Give me a reason, I gotta know. Do you feel it too? Can't you see me here all alone? This time I blame you. Looking out for you to hold my hand. It feels like I could fall. Now love me right, like I know you can. We could lose it all. When love takes over, yeah. I know you can't deny. When love takes over, yeah. I know you can't deny. When love takes over, yeah. Something's here tonight. I love you all the time. It's true. 'Cause I wanna make it right with you. When it takes over, yeah. I know you can't deny.
I want you to love me that kind of hot ride. Be thinking of me, do what you like. So boys, I gotta know where our pussy's gonna be me and you tonight. I wanna make it that hard, and I'ma make you swallow right. Want you to make me feel like I'm the only guy in the world, like I'm the only one that you love, like I'm the only
Baby, I need you till the morning. I hear my body calling, so keep that body rocking all night. Baby, oh, we can skip the talking. You know there's only one thing tonight. So won't you come rock my body? Baby, I need you till the morning. I hear my body calling, so keep that body rocking all night. Baby, oh, we can skip the talking. You know there's only one thing tonight. So won't you come rock my body? Coming in so hot. Living it, no stop. Another round, we double down. Bittersweet, one more shot. Let me see what you got. I want it right now, yeah. Baby, I want you, so won't you come rock my body? Won't you come rock my body? Baby, I need you till the morning. I hear my body calling, so keep that body rocking all night. Baby, oh, we can skip the talking. You know there's only one thing tonight. So won't you come rock my body? It's in the air, just breathe it in. Another rush is kicking in. Under the lights, I feel you near. I want you close, I want you here. It's in the air, it's in the air. Baby, I need you till the morning. I hear my body calling, so keep that party rocking all night. Baby, oh, we can skip the talking. You know there's only one thing tonight. So won't you come rock my body? Baby, I need you till the morning. I hear my body calling, so keep that body rocking all night. Baby, oh, we can skip the talking. You know there's only one thing tonight. So won't you come rock my body? Won't you come rock my body? Won't you come rock my body?
Think I'm afraid to lay your hands on me. No, you can't stop, think about it. I know that you're shitty and you're bad for me. No, you can't stop, think about it. If you think I'm afraid to lay your hands on me. No, you can't stop, think about it. I know that you're shitty and you're bad for me. No, you can't stop, think about it.
Put your harness on. Going to a tornado for God's.
With every new version of Minecraft comes new farms, and a bunch of those are built on the nether roof. In this video, I'm going to show you how to get onto the nether roof, and first step is to get to the nether. So once we're in the nether, there are a few things that you need to get onto the nether roof. The main items that you need to get onto the nether roof are 2 ladders and 1 ender pearl. Then the optional ones, which I would recommend bringing along, are a torch, a flint and steel, and 10 obsidian, because you do want to get back off, and if you're not going to be breaking bedrock, then you're going to need the blocks to build a nether portal. So first thing we need to do is go all the way up to the top of the nether, and we want to dig around for a piece of bedrock that has a Y level of 127. Now you can find this out by pressing F3 on your keyboard and looking in the top right here where it says targeted. block, you can see here it says 126. We want to find a piece of bedrock that says 127. So if we keep digging around, we can see that there's one here, but it doesn't look like we'll be able to access that. So let's keep looking and hopefully we'll be able to find one. And there we go, targeted block 127. So now that we have found that, what you'll need to do is place down 2 ladders underneath it and grab your ender pearl. Now before we go onto the bedrock roof, I just want to give you guys a word of warning. Don't attempt this in bedrock edition, because if you do get onto the nether roof in bedrock edition, as soon as you try and play something, you will get this warning and it just doesn't work. So only try this if you're playing on Java edition Minecraft. If you do this on bedrock edition, you're going to be stuck up here, unfortunately. I'm going to do this in survival mode to show you guys that it's no risk of doing this. You're not going to take, you know, enough damage to kill you or anything. So what you need to do here is, after placing down the 2 ladders up to that block, that is the targeted block of 127, jump and go up the ladder by holding forwards. So as you can see, I'm at the top of the ladder, still pressing forwards, and you want to angle your ender pearl somewhere around this angle. Then while still holding forward, so you can see that I'm holding forwards here to stay pushing forwards, you want to right click to use your ender pearl and you go on top of the ladder. You can see I'm now stood on the ladder with my
Red wine, Colombia, oh, I've had a little bit too much. All of the people start to rush. But as it twists to dance, can't find my drink on there. Where are my keys? I lost my phone. What's going on the floor? Nothing's stuck up, baby, but I can't see straight anymore. Hip, cool, what's the name of this club? Getting on my days, always, just dance. Gonna be okay, just dance. Make a baby, just dance. Gonna be okay, just dance, just dance. Wish I could shut my Playboy mouth. How to turn my shirt inside out. Control your poison, babe. Roses and thorns, they say. And we're out getting close tonight. What's going on the floor? Nothing's stuck up, baby, but I can't see straight anymore. Hip, cool, what's the name of this club? Looking in my face, always, just dance. Just dance. Make a baby, just dance. Gonna be okay, just dance, dance, just dance. Gonna be okay, just dance. Make a baby, just dance. Gonna be okay, just dance, just dance. Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world in the 7 seas. Everybody's looking for something. Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world in the 7 seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to abuse you. Some of them want to be at you. Hold your head, keep your head up. 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 Hold your head, keep your head up.
Simply press F3 and G. If you have any problems,
In this video, I'm going to tell you exactly how much muscle it's possible to build naturally and how much muscle it's possible to build using steroids by looking at real-world examples and scientific studies. Let's start with what's possible naturally. Now, I'm definitely not the best natural bodybuilder in the world, but I did win a gold medal at Canadian Natural Bodybuilding Nationals, so I'll use myself as an example of a natural bodybuilder. I've been training without steroids for about 15 years. I weigh 160 pounds when I'm lean and 180 pounds when I'm bulked at 5'5" tall. Like most people, I put on most of my muscle in my first 5 years of lifting. Both of my parents were bodybuilders, so I trained pretty hard from the start. In my first 5 years, I gained around 20 pounds of muscle. Over the next 5 years, I put on a little more muscle, but not as much, only another 5 pounds or so. Then in the next 5 years after that, it was even less, maybe 1 or 2 pounds. Add it all up, and that's 27 pounds or 12 kilos of muscle that I've built in total. And while some people will build more, some people will build less, every natural lifter doing most things right will experience a similar growth curve with faster growth at the beginning and slower growth as they approach their so-called natural genetic ceiling. And research backs this up. Studies show that men tend to max out their natural potential after gaining 20 to 40 pounds or 9 to 18 kilos of muscle mass, and women tend to max out their natural potential after gaining 12 to 24 pounds of muscle. And while I think it is possible to gradually nudge that ceiling up with advanced training and diet strategies, that nudging will be marginal. Now, of course, in order to max out your natural potential, you need to do things consistently well with your training and diet. This means that you train hard, regularly approaching failure, you maintain consistent technique, you do enough training volume, 5 to 15 sets per muscle per week is a good ballpark, you do a variety of exercises, and you aim to add some weight or some reps to those exercises over time. On the diet side of things, you need to eat enough calories, ideally being in a moderate caloric surplus for at least half your lifting time, and you need to eat enough protein, ideally eating at least 0.7 grams of protein per pound of body weight or 1.6 grams per kilo. If you do all of this for 5 to 10 years, you'll almost certainly gain 20 to 40 pounds of muscle and come pretty close to maximizing your natural potential. And here are a couple examples of natural bodybuilders that I think have either reached or are very close to reaching their peak natural development. This is Alex Leonidas, a fellow YouTuber who put on roughly 40 pounds of muscle in 13 years of lifting at 5'6" tall. He's 120 pounds in the before photo and 160 pounds in the after photo at a similar body fat percentage. He's also done several extended bulks where he's got as high as 200 pounds at around 20% body fat. So it wasn't like those 40 pounds went on completely lean without ever gaining any body fat. And I've heard Alex argue that you need to spend some time in a surplus and at a slightly higher body fat to maximize your natural muscular potential. As a taller example, this is Jeffrey Verity Schofield, another fellow YouTuber who put on roughly 43 pounds of muscle across 10 years of lifting at 6 feet tall. He's 150 pounds in the before photo and 193 pounds in the after photo at a similar body fat percentage. Once again, it's worth mentioning that Jeff did a series of bulks and cuts, getting up to 224 pounds at his peak bulk weight before cutting down to 193. Now, just in case there are a few people who think these examples aren't actually natural and we're secretly taking steroids to advance our fitness careers, let's consider a few examples of bodybuilders from the pre-steroid era. Anabolic steroids weren't isolated and synthesized until the early 1930s and weren't made injectable until 1935. So any bodybuilder prior to that date couldn't have been using them. And here are some examples of impressive bodybuilders from that era who had to be natural as a matter of historical fact. There were impressive strong men and strong women from the 1920s and earlier displaying incredible muscularity and leanness. There were even some bodybuilders from the 1800s rocking amazing all-natural physiques. But of course, both training and nutrition methods have improved a lot in the last 100 years, and there are more people into bodybuilding these days, so it's extremely unlikely that these pre-steroid era bodybuilders represent the pinnacle of what's possible naturally. The best modern natural bodybuilders achieve even better development, but given the availability of steroids today, there'll always be some skepticism around their true natty status. Okay, so what do steroids add? Well, let's start with the science. This is one of the most famous studies on anabolic steroids by Bosson and colleagues from 1996. You may have seen it before. They split 43 subjects into one of 4 groups. Group 1 didn't train or take steroids. They didn't do anything. Group 2 trained naturally without taking steroids. Group 3 trained enhanced. They did take steroids. And Group 4 did not train but still took steroids. So there was a natural group that didn't train, a natural group that did train, an enhanced group that did train, and an enhanced group that didn't train. After 10 weeks, these were the findings. The group that didn't train or take steroids, unsurprisingly, gained only a negligible amount of muscle mass. Nothing significant. The group that trained naturally gained 4.4 pounds of muscle in 10 weeks. Not bad at all. But here's what happened to the group that trained and took steroids. They added 13.4 pounds of muscle on average. That's more than 3 times the amount of muscle gained by simply injecting 600 milligrams of testosterone per week. Everything else was the same. But that's not the craziest part. The group that took steroids and did not even train, they gained, ready, 7 pounds of muscle in 10 weeks. That's more than 1.5 times the muscle gained by the natural training group without even training. Let's consider the dosing though. They injected 600 milligrams of testosterone per week, which got me wondering if that'd be considered a high dose or a low dose by today's bodybuilding standards. To help me answer this question, I spoke with an anonymous anabolics expert about how much steroids people actually take.
In the most famous studies on this, they give people 600 milligrams of testosterone per week. Would you consider that a high dose, moderate dose, or low dose?
It depends on the context of the individual. I would say for an entry-level enhanced user, it would be high. At 100 milligrams, you're typically looking at what is representative of therapeutic hormone replacement. As you get to 150 to 200 milligrams per week, you're looking at what is more representative of, like some people call it sports TRT. It's kind of like the fitness industry TRT kind of levels, where you are pushing a borderline super physiologic free test level perpetually, even though your total T looks normal on paper. As you get to 300 plus, you're kind of in enhanced territory now, even though you were already enhanced right before that. And then at 500 to 600, that's entry-level bodybuilder cycle territory, I would say. And then to represent what could be seen at a professional level in the very competitive ranks, you see upwards of, at minimum, oftentimes 1,000 milligrams a week, but as high as 4,000 to 5,000 milligrams a week.
Per week?
When you,
per week. You've heard of people doing that?
Oh, I've seen it.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
So the 600 milligrams used in that study would be considered a high dose by TRT standards, but is more on the moderate to low end compared to what many high-level competitive bodybuilders take. And it turns out that dosing matters a lot. In 2001, the same research group did a follow-up study to see how much muscle mass changes with different doses of steroids. This time, 61 subjects were given 5 different doses of testosterone. They injected either 25, 50, 125, 300, or 600 milligrams per week for 20 weeks. And this is how much muscle they gained. The lowest dose added just under 1 pound of muscle, and the amount of muscle gained increased right alongside the steroid dosage, with the group taking the biggest dose, adding just about 20 pounds of muscle in 20 weeks. That's 1 pound of muscle per week on average. This isn't the highest responder, this is the average. Think about that. I might put on 1 pound of muscle in the next year if I'm lucky, as a late stage natural. These guys put on 1 pound of muscle per week by taking 600 milligrams of test. Oh, I guess I should also mention, they didn't lift weights in this study. 0 lifting. They just took steroids. That's how much of a difference they can make. But again, many IFBB bodybuilders wouldn't even consider 600 milligrams a high dose. My anonymous source told me that he knows competitive bodybuilders that take 5 to 10 times that amount. So let's take a break from the studies and have a look at what steroids actually do in the wild. For this, I want to look at 2 examples, Shaun Clarida and Chris Bumstead. Shaun Clarida is the reigning 212 Mr. Olympia champion, but not many people know that before he began his IFBB pro career, he was a world-class natural bodybuilder. In fact, he reached the pinnacle of what's possible naturally before ever enhancing, something I strongly respect. As a natural competitor at the WMBF Natural Bodybuilding Worlds, the most stringently drug-tested event in the world, Shaun weighed 130 pounds or 59 kilos on stage. We can assume he was maxing out his training and nutrition at this time because, come on, here he is repping 900 pounds on the leg press, and here he is training his arms from the same year. This guy's always trained super hard. So based on some rough math and what I could find online, it looks like he added something around 20 pounds naturally, going from 110 pounds to 130 pounds at 5 foot 2 inches tall. Then, after reaching the pinnacle of the sport naturally, he started enhancing and added, wait for it, another 60 pounds to his physique. That's 3 times the amount of muscle that he built naturally. Chris Bumstead is the reigning Mr. Olympia Classic Physique champion and is without a doubt one of the greatest classic bodybuilders of all time. Chris started lifting at the age of 14 when he weighed 170 pounds or 77 kilos at 6 foot 1 inches tall. Over the next 5 years of natty training, he grew to be 225 pounds or 102 kilos by the time he was 19. That's a 55-pound increase in body weight. Now, of course, some people will argue that Chris wasn't actually natty in this after image, but I believe he was. Here's what he looked like at 17. He's already bigger than most natural lifters that I know, and we also have screenshots of the exact day when his coach said that he started his first cycle, and this image was taken before that day. So it seems most likely to me that he was natural here. Now, Now, you may have the best genetics on the planet, but somebody has to be the best by definition. All right, so Chris added 55 pounds of muscle naturally. After enhancing, he now weighs 264 pounds in the off season at what looks like a similar body fat to these previous images. So an extra 40 pounds added. In this case, it does look like Chris built most of his muscle naturally, which is damn impressive. That leads me to think that CBum probably isn't taking a huge amount of gear and could almost certainly grow a whole lot more if he wanted to by simply upping the dose. Not that I'm suggesting he do that. But I wanted to include this example because I think it speaks to the power of genetics. When we look at different people's results from natural lifting, there's a broad range of responses. Some people gain very little muscle, others gain a massive amount of muscle, with most people landing somewhere in the middle. CBum would be way over here, by the way. And just like there are genetic differences in how you respond to natural training, there are also genetic differences in how you respond to anabolics. For example, in that 2001 study, the worst responding subject added 9 pounds of muscle in 20 weeks, while the best responding subject added 31 pounds of muscle in 20 weeks without lifting. This guy gained more muscle in 5 months of juicing than I did in 15 years of natty training. I'm gonna be sick. So based on all this evidence, steroids can easily double or even triple your gains depending on your genetics and how much you take. Again, for natural lifters, you're looking at 20 to 40 pounds of muscle gain. At a more moderate dose of steroids, most people are probably looking at another 20 to 40 pounds. And then if you're willing to really crank the dose, people with good genetics could certainly add another 20 to 40 pounds or more on top of that. But while steroids do likely have the biggest potential impact on how much muscle you gain, they also have the biggest potential for downsides. Here's a list of steroid side effects from the National Institute of Health. The heart effects alone should give us pause. There's a well-established higher risk of high blood pressure, blood clots, heart attacks, stroke, and artery damage in regular steroid users. And there are often unwanted visual side effects like gyno, balding, acne, abscesses, and oily-looking skin. And while it certainly is possible to mitigate some of these side effects by using moderate and controlled dosages with regular hormonal monitoring by a medical doctor, you're still taking a gamble on your health when you decide to enhance. Now, this isn't an anti-steroid video. I think people should be allowed to do whatever they want with their own bodies as long as they're not hurting others. But I also think it's important that people actually understand what steroids really do, both good and bad. If you're thinking about enhancing, I think it'd be smart to at least max out your natural potential first. This will force you to understand your body and force you to learn how to pull the training and nutrition levers most effectively for your physique. That knowledge will then empower you so that you don't feel like you need anabolics, and it'll give you enough time to really make an informed decision. Natty maxing is usually not possible until at least 10 years of hard, smart, and dedicated training, so it'd be smart to get a decade of lifting under your belt before you even consider juicing, in my opinion. And of course, if your goal is to maximize your health, it'd be smart to stay natural unless a medical professional recommends hormonal treatment. It's also worth mentioning that, given what we know about steroids and genetics, it just doesn't make sense to judge the value of someone's training advice based on how big they are. For example, it's fairly common for people to point to enhanced bodybuilders, note how much bigger they are than other lifters, and use that to imply that their training methods must be better. But of course they're going to be bigger if they're on steroids, especially if they also have good genetics. That doesn't mean that their training methods are better. It doesn't mean that their training methods are worse either. It's just not a valid comparison. We should determine whether or not someone has good training advice based on sound reasoning. That reasoning can come from scientific evidence or anecdotal evidence or just years of experience, but we need to evaluate that evidence based on its own merits, not based on the size of the person giving it. Anyway, I thought this was a fascinating subject to dig into, and I'm curious if you guys are surprised by how much of a difference steroids actually make, or if that lines up with what you already thought. I personally knew that they made a big difference, but some of these numbers surprised me if I'm being honest. All right, that's it for this one, guys. Don't forget to leave me a thumbs up if you enjoyed the video, subscribe if you haven't already, and I'll see you guys all here in the next one.
Amazon, Heimat und
Hey, this is Cam with Blacktail Studio, and this week I work on the oldest piece of wood I've ever got my hands on. I introduced my very first product, and by the time it's all done, I realize why more people don't work with redwood. This build started about 5 months ago, and I don't know that I actually have any hardcore fans, but if I do, some of you might recognize this footage and this crate from the ebonized map of Burl table that I built just a couple of videos ago. And the reason this crate was so big and the reason this crate was delivered to my wife's work instead of my shop is because of this massive old growth redwood slab, which is what we're working on here. And both this redwood slab and the map of Burl came from a company in Southern California called GL Veneer. And one of the things I love about GL is, unlike my local suppliers that deal mostly with local woods, GL has slabs from all over the world, although this old growth redwood slab did come from California. I almost exclusively work with hardwoods like walnut and maple, and if you're not a woodworker, you might assume that working with softwoods would be easier than working with hardwoods because it's easier to cut, it's lighter to move around, things like that. And while that is true, everything else is more difficult, including this live edge cleanup, because I was afraid if I used some of my normal aggressive tools, I could really damage this extra soft redwood. And so I reached out to the guys at Pure Space Dry Ice Blasting, and they use tiny dry ice pellets. And this is primarily used for like fire damage cleanup, where they can blast away all the charcoal and leave the solid wood. So I use them to help clean up this redwood, which has a very soft edge, and hopefully just leave the perfect remaining live edge. I make a lot of jokes on this channel, and usually I have a pretty good idea when that joke isn't going to go over super well with certain demographics. However, I don't think I have ever underestimated a group more than I underestimated the passion behind the anti-circumcision group when I made a joke last week comparing the cut edge versus a live edge. I can tell you an edge that's cut is going to be much easier to clean. Some would say more hygienic, and in my experience, women actually prefer it this way as well. In that video, I had joked that some of the people that felt so much passion for live edge furniture and live edge humans, they could border on fanatics. And after the hundreds of comments, countless emails, and guy who signed me up for a consultation with one of the doctors from DoctorsAgainstCircumcision.com, I can now see that they are not fanatics. I think that you guys are just doing the Lord's work, the non-Jewish Lord's work anyway, and you guys are just more of a man than me. And I mean that quite literally. You have slightly more man parts than I do. So I want to thank everybody, and because of that, I am no longer taking the live edge off any tables. I am in fact reproducing the live edge on some parts of this table that were disgracingly cut, and I might even look into reproducing my own live edge. Just please, please don't firebomb my house. Alright, now that we got that unpleasantness out of the way, let's move on to a less controversial topic and something I think that all of us can agree on, and that is using old growth trees for decoration and furniture in wealthy people's houses. I don't know, do you think that segue is going to get me canceled or not? But this is something that I want to talk about because there's a lot of misconception about working with these big old growth slabs. And first off, you can't cut old growth trees down now. People think that they just go level the redwood old growth trees now and make it all into paper, and that's not the case. You can't even cut down one of these trees. They're all protected now. Back in the day, they did. They just destroyed these forests in horrible, shameful ways, and there is no satire in that. I genuinely think that was a horrible thing that they did. This tree had been sitting, or this stump I should say, had been sitting for something like 50 to 100 years from back in those logging days. And back in the day, they didn't want the really pretty figured wood. They wanted dimensional lumber to build houses. And so all of this crazy grain, this wild grain, the really pretty stuff, they just left it. And because it's so big, it didn't really rot. And this company, GL Veneer, they come through now and they salvage it, enable it to be turned into something amazing. And some people still might not like that. And I think that they're completely entitled to that. However, I think it's pretty cool to be able to use this. It reduces the fire load in these forests because they are just laying dead on the forest floor. So that is how I got to use this amazing old growth redwood slab. And just know you can't cut an old growth redwood tree down today. One of the very difficult parts about working with this particular slab is just how freaking big it was. It was about 7 feet wide by about 7 feet tall, and the biggest CNC that I could find in my town was only 6 feet. And so what we had to do, which was almost kind of fortunate, is you might have noticed that tip of this slab was actually broken off. There's a chainsaw mark that I'll point out here in a little bit, and it was just under 72 inches or 6 feet with that tip removed. So what we did is we took a couple passes. We did a little bit of flattening on the top, flipped it over, did some flattening on the bottom, and then came back and finished flattening the one top, and then we added that top. There's the tip of it right there, and that way we can hopefully get all of the thickness pretty uniform. But again, just had to be creative. That was my friend Jordan Guy, who's really good on the CNC. got it worked up for me, and now I got it back home. And now the next thing I need to do is attach that top and really get started sanding this thing. The person who the slab
This is the best automatic chicken farm in Minecraft. The eggs will be collected by the hoppers and then fed into the dispenser, which will fire them. The chickens will then be burned by the lava when they grow up, giving you a lot of loot. And these are the materials you need to build this farm. And these are the materials
4, who, by the way, ended up being my favorite client I've ever worked with, decided to maximize the thickness of this redwood slab, which is why you see it wasn't completely surfaced on the backside. And in order to get the backside as flat as the front, would have had to lose about a ½ an inch or so of thickness, and they decided that it was going to be better and really a lot cooler looking if they could maximize the thickness of the entire piece. So just had to rough sand that with 80 grit, and one thing about the softwood, it does sand really, really easily, so that was a lot nicer than sanding something like white oak. Earlier I mentioned the chainsaw miscut in the slab, which is what caused this tip to break off in the first place, and that's that piece just to the left there, that straight line. And I decided I didn't want to hide it. I didn't want to try to fill it with other wood or fill it with epoxy. It's part of the history of the slab, and while it doesn't look amazing, again, it's just part of the history, and I think it's pretty cool. So what I did is I just lightly epoxied on that tip, so then I could go attach it a little bit more securely. Despite our best efforts with the CNC, you can tell we didn't get that tip just perfectly level with the rest of the slab, so I had to break out a tool I don't really like. This is my old Makita hand planer, and it removes a lot of material. It just is a little bit messy, and I wouldn't say that I am the most proficient with it, but got the bulk of it removed and then used the belt sander, which can be a pretty good tool for keeping things nice and level. Got a perfect straight edge there, and now this enables me to introduce you to my very first ever product. People are always asking me, why don't I find a faster way to do my bow ties? Why don't I use a CNC, or why don't I make a jig? And first off, one is I don't have a CNC, 2, I don't have room for a CNC, and 3, I wouldn't know how to use a CNC even if I got one. And as far as the jig, there are other bow tie jigs out there, but they all make just kind of ugly bow ties. They make kind of a square blocky one with a rounded corner, and that is the inherent problem with any of these bow tie jigs, is you have a round bit, so it's going to have a round corner. And so I wanted to come up with a design that really highlighted that round. So I made this one with a round back, and one of the things I really like about this one is using different bushings, you can make different size bow ties, and this cuts the bow tie and the inlay itself. And I'll show you how to do this. I'll probably have a separate, more detailed video on exactly how to do it, but this is the biggest bow tie that the jig will make, and these ones are just structural. These are going to be what holds that top on the back, and there's the look. I would love to get some feedback from you guys. I want to know if you like this design, if you don't like that rounded back, if you do like it. If you stay tuned in the video, I'll show you a smaller, a little bit sleeker bow tie that you can make with the very same jig though. What I think the majority of you guys will appreciate most about this bow tie jig is just how few tools you need to make essentially perfect inlays. All I'm using here is my router, and no, you don't need a $600 Festool router. Almost any router can accept these bushings. You need that inlay kit, which I got the one from Whiteside, and then just the blacktail bow tie jig. And with very little practice, you can make essentially perfect inlays. And I've seen some really, really bad bow tie inlays out there, even at like actual furniture shops. So don't feel bad if you aren't great at hand cutting them. And no, I'm not done hand cutting my own bow ties. This is just an additional option because cutting a rounded back one like this would be extremely difficult freehanded, and also doing inlays in redwood or softwoods is extremely difficult. So this is just another tool for my toolbox, and we're doing an extremely limited run of these. So if you're interested, they are for sale now. There's a link in the video description. I hope you'll check it out and give me some feedback about how you like using this blacktail bow tie jig. As I was developing this over the last couple months, I got a lot of practice using this jig, and I learned there's some pretty neat little tricks you can do. Like you can actually control just how tight each bow tie fits in there when you're cutting that negative. If you want a little bit looser fit like this one was, you can make several passes with the router. And if you want a very, very snug fit, you can make just a single pass. And no matter which one I'm doing, I usually prefer to add some of the redwood dust or whatever dust of the wood that I'm working with. And that will just potentially fill any tiny little micro gaps. Although when you're doing a jig like this, it's really not that necessary. And this isn't my favorite design of the jig. I'll show you my favorite design here next. Those ones were essentially just structural, but I have some incredible wood for the next one. This is from Matt's Woodworks. He built this $60,000 table, and these were some offcuts from a 1,500-year-old redwood root. And this thing is crazy. It is incredibly hard. It's like as hard as ebony. And this redwood is about as soft, or it's softer than Doug fir. And this is the other design that I have. This is where you can add a different size bushing and make a slightly smaller, a little bit sleeker, more modern bow tie. Personally, I like the look of this bow tie much, much more than that first bow tie that I showed you. It's a little bit sleeker. You actually get those sharp corners on it. It's just a much cooler design in my opinion. I would actually put this in like my personal dining table. And if it wasn't clear how I did this, instead of the Whiteside inlay kit, I just used a 3/8" brass bushing, just one that most woodworkers probably have laying around. And now to cut the recess, I'm going to use a 5/8". And the important thing to know is as long as you increase by 1/4 inch from the one you use to cut your bow tie to the one you use to cut your slot, it will fit every time. And that's why you can get a bunch of different sizes out of this same bow tie jig. And again, this is the design that I like. I like the little bit more modern, a little bit sharper corners, and there is one additional step that you have to take if you want to do this one with the 3/8" bushing that gives you a little bit sharper corners. And show you that right here is, it looks cool, but that router still cuts a slight radius. So you just have to use any old chisel and just make it a little bit sharper. And you don't have to take off much. You can see it's just bringing it to a point and cutting it down. So there is a tiny bit more work to do these a little bit more modern bow ties. I think it's worth it, but in the end, it's totally up to you and why there's so much flexibility with this bow tie jig. It's probably worth mentioning that anytime you're doing a structural inlay, pretty much the worst wood you can use are the ones with the swirling kind of burl grains, a lot like the ones I'm using here. And the first problem, which isn't the main issue, is that they kind of chip out. I was trying to use the hand plane here and it chipped out, luckily above the surface, so I was able to use the belt sander to get it flattened out. But really, they're more prone to breaking. You want the really nice straight grain stuff, and these ones are going to be mostly just for looks. I have the bow ties on the back, and that's going to provide all the strength, but these ones do look pretty cool. So I have very little experience finishing redwood, and since this is kind of a once-in-a-lifetime piece that I'll probably never have access to again, I was extremely paranoid about messing it up. So over the last several months, I have frantically been trying all kinds of different finishes on different samples of redwood. Some of them have been pretty cool. This is shellac. It's not quite right for my shop and my setup. This other one was actually shellac, but it was a little bit bland. It made me kind of paranoid about trying more shellac. But what I eventually landed on is applying an epoxy base coat, sanding it off, and then applying the finish, which we're gonna use a hard wax oil, gave a ton more depth and color to the piece, opposed to here where there's no epoxy base coat and it really looks kind of muted and bland. So what we have to do is put a epoxy base coat down, sand it all off, and then apply our finish to really highlight the character and depth of this redwood. Before we get into the rather extended and meticulous process of finishing the top, which is going to take a couple weeks, I'll show you how I finished this underside in about 15 minutes. And this product is called Seal-A-Cell, and it's not a particularly beautiful finish, but what it does really well is it seals everything up. You basically just saturate it, let that wood absorb as much as it possibly can, and then you're done. This whole YouTube journey has just been an absolute whirlwind for me. When I started this, I genuinely never expected to have any significant amount of subscribers, let alone something like the option for sponsors. And the sponsors are something I've been giving a lot of thought to lately. I started to wonder if it's worth a certain amount of dollars for a company to put their product in my video. Why wouldn't it be worth it for me to bet on myself and put my own product in my own video? It's even more on brand than any company I could work with. And one of those products that my viewers have been having a ton of success with is my epoxy table workshop. It's like a 3.5 hour long masterclass on how to build a wood and epoxy table in your home, shop, or garage. As one of my viewers said, he was really glad I didn't just repurpose a bunch of YouTube videos. It's all original content. It's something I'm really proud of, and if you want to check it out, there's a link in the description. After I got that top sealed with epoxy, I was ready to start working on sealing this live edge, which was kind of challenging because I didn't want to build any sheen on it, so I didn't want to put any epoxy on this live edge, so I used that same Seal-A-Cell because it's going to seal it up really well, harden it up, and not really build up any type of sheen. I absolutely labored over the decision over how to mount this because I was really afraid of getting a glare from the ceiling lights and wanted to be able to tilt it forward. So the best idea that I could come up with was, yes, using a big TV mount. And no, I do not know if this is going to work. And one thing you know about me is I will always show my mistakes. So I'm going to finish the top, and then we're actually going to use a TV mount to mount this massive redwood slab to the wall. So see how that goes. Of all the aspects of this build, the sanding was unquestionably the most difficult. And I don't mean that it was physically difficult to remove material because this redwood is so soft. That part was actually really easy. What was difficult is keeping it perfectly flat, because when you have these really, really soft woods with all this crazy wood figuring, you have a lot of different wood densities. And so if you leave your sander in any one spot for just a microsecond too long, you start getting these little peaks and valleys. We'll remove that softer wood and leave the harder wood and can really compromise the finish. So I took my time. I won't say that I'm the redwood expert at this point, but feel a little bit better going into my next redwood project if there is one. And what I did was I sanded from, I believe I started at 80 grit and I sanded it up to 500 grit, which is much higher than I normally go, but it's going to give it an amazing sheen that really looks more like polished stone than kind of a typical wood finish. The finish I'm going to be using is called Osmo 3043, and it's listed as a satin finish, but we're going to build that sheen up way, way past satin. You can actually go to pretty much a high gloss with it, and this finish might be the prettiest finish I've ever used, and I've used a lot of different finishes, and I will say the protection on it is fine, so long as you don't look in the general direction of it, and certainly never place an object on this. And just to be clear, I am saying, yes, this finish is horrible protection. Never use it on a table. It's actually marketed as a hardwood floor finish, which I think is comical, but yeah, I think it's absolutely beautiful. I don't have an axe to grind with the Osmo people. They're nice people, but it's just not a good, durable finish. So use it only for decorative things like these wall pieces. The way I apply Osmo and the way I learned to apply Osmo is you basically buff it in with that white pad and you just leave a little bit on there. And here's what remained the next day, which I wasn't too surprised at. Certain areas absorbed more, other areas absorbed less. And now I was going to come back with this 600 grit sand lightly and start building the coats from here. And I am going to give you the abbreviated version because I ended up probably doing about 5 or 6 different coats on this piece, sanding in between of most of them, but not all of them. Osmo you can actually apply without sanding in between coats if you want to, and this was just kind of a lengthy process to get that sheen as even as I could. I do really like this 600 grit Abranet, whatever it is from Mirka. It sands the Osmo really, really nicely. And here is just that second coat, goes on really easy, and unlike something like the Rubio that I use where you remove all of it, this stuff you need to leave a little bit of it on there. And after it kind of dries overnight, I have another tip that you'll come back and I'll show you that final step to getting a really, really even sheen with the Osmo. And that's this here. This is the liquid wax cleaner. And you just splash a little bit on there about, 24 hours or so after putting on that last coat. And that will really remove any of the unevenness. And you can see we got a pretty good sheen now. And I was actually really, really excited about this. Oh, and if you do not regret the last 19 minutes and 30 seconds of your life, I would really appreciate it if you hit that subscribe button.
Ready to go up? Okay. All right, straight back, then go down. We're on.
I was genuinely surprised on not just how well that worked, but about how easily it worked. And there was one final step in this finishing process, and I mentioned the Osmo does not provide great protection, and while I'm not going to be setting cold drinks on this piece, I do want as much protection as I can, and I also would love a little bit more sheen. And so I'm using this Black Forest ceramic, which I've been using for probably over a year now, and you can see there just how much it bumps the sheen up, but it's also going to bump the protection up just in case somehow anything gets splattered on it, and just gives it a little bit more protection. And it is a 2-coat process. I don't know how much of it would be necessary just for mostly looks like this one, but I did add this top coat as well. Again, it bumped the sheen up even more from that initial coat. Only took me probably 15 minutes to do this whole piece, and then I was done. I mentioned at the start of the video that this piece was for my favorite client ever, and obviously that client was me because I share all the same opinions with myself. And if you're wondering, this slab retailed for $4,500. The guys from GL Veneer did send it to me at no charge, but if you are interested in a similar piece, be sure to check out their website. And every week I like to give a little bit of credit to people who make it all the way to the end of the video. So this week, start your question or comment with the wrong name, SAM, Sam, and that way people who didn't make it to the end of the video will be confused why everybody's calling me by the wrong name.
Ich trinke nicht. Ich rauche nicht. Ich habe den Selbsterhaltungstrieb einer Motte. Aber ich mag Leute, die sich zudröhnen. Es ist sehr lustig, ihnen zuzusehen. Tun Sie sich keinen Zwang an.
Hier, ich habe beim Anziehen an Sie gedacht.
Offensichtlich dachten Sie, wenn er Deutscher ist, muss er doch Lederhosen mögen.
Ich habe gedacht, Sie sind lustig.
Ich bin sehr lustig.
Check24 präsentiert 60% Last-Minute-Rabatt.
Herzlich willkommen zum Fußball-Reisequiz. Mailand oder Madrid? Hauptsache Italien. Welcher Welt- und Europameister hat's gesagt? Fragen wir doch einen echten Weltmeister. Lukas Podolski ist bei uns.
Ich sag Malle oder Malediven. Hauptsache Urlaub.
Gute Taktik, denn jetzt gibt's bis zu 60% Last-Minute-Rabatt.
Ciao, danke.
Mach's wie Poldi. Jetzt Urlaub buchen auf Check24.
I'm at one of the best bodybuilding gyms in the world, where mass monsters come from all across the globe to train. And in this video, I'm gonna see if they'd be willing to take science-based advice from me, a science-based lifter who's much smaller than them. Let's find out. A lot of people think like, oh, if you want the best advice, you ask the biggest guy in the gym. So I'm trying to see if people who are bigger than me would be open to hearing science-based lifting advice.
Oh, I would for sure. If you're smart, you're gonna ask the big guy, you're gonna ask the science guy, who's also in shape, obviously, and then you just try shit out and see what works for yourself.
Hey, bro, you're obviously way bigger than me, but I'm still wondering, would you be open to taking science-based lifting advice from me?
Absolutely, man. I'm always willing to learn. You might not agree with someone's entire training approach. There's always little things that you can take that you can apply to your own training.
Let's see your lateral raise technique, man.
All right.
Okay, good. So you say you're open to hearing advice?
Of course.
Okay, here's one thing. I would recommend raising this up.
Okay.
And the reason for that, if you put it at hand height and hold it here, you'll feel the most tension while your delt is most stretched. Because you're gonna get the most tension when the cable and your arm form a 90-degree angle.
Makes sense.
So if you go from the bottom, stand up, where does that 90-degree angle happen? About there.
Right.
So you're getting peak tension when
Yeah.
the delt is most shortened.
Yeah.
Whereas if we raise this up, now you have peak tension right here. So you are getting the delt nice and stretched. You could probably step out even a little more and get a little more stretch here. I'm all on the stretch wave these days. I'm not saying it's the most important thing, but I think it matters.
That tension when the muscle's in the stretch position,
Yeah.
that's what's going to tear up the muscle fibers. Like I emphasize that on all my lifts. I mean, I'm pretty big. It's working for me.
It's working
Yeah.
for you. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's it, bro.
But this
That's
is good. I'm going to try this today. My
Okay.
shoulder workout, man. This is nice.
All right, we got a certified big guy over here. Let's go see if he's willing to listen to me. Excuse me, bro. I was wondering if, even though you're way bigger than me, would you be willing to take some science-based lifting advice from me?
Yeah, sure, of course.
Would you be willing to show me how you bench?
Sure.
I want you to do whatever you would do.
All right.
Just pretend the cameras are not here. Pretend I'm not here.
Let's take the safeties off. I don't know why.
Or no. Okay, so
I'll
first of
put
all,
5.
I wouldn't, like, don't do this, but, you know, wait, so you want 5 plates? So this is 495 pounds.
Let's go, dude. Yep.
This is where I'll probably give you the science-based critique, trying to go for the junior world record on the bench press this year. And this is 550 pounds, more than I've ever actually deadlifted in my life, which is insane. All right, Dima, let's get it, buddy. Here we go. Drive, 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 come on. Nice work, bro. So you have a very unique benching style, which is just like brute force. So it reminds me of the deadlifters who just come in like grip and rip, but then they deadlift like 800 pounds. Who am I to tell you to pull the stock out of the bar? But in your case, I don't think I noticed a lot of leg drive. If you could push down and push the floor away from you, press the bar up and back, if that could help you generate more power, or maybe that would just make you overthink it and actually bench press less.
When I make any small adjustments where I kind of have to think about doing it, it always takes my mind off the actual lift.
It makes sense. And listen, people kind of have this like caricature of what science-based lifting is. What it is to me is more along the lines of what's going to work the best. That doesn't mean it has to be based off a study. You can be doing your own experiment. And if what you're doing is working, then what am I going to say? You're one of the best bench pressers in the whole world. So it's like, come on. So yeah, that was incredible, bro. You put on a great show. I appreciate it, man.
Thank you.
All right, bro. This is probably my favorite back exercise. So can you show me how you do it?
Yes.
How would you load the plates here?
I put the 25 here just to have a bit more of weight and resistance at the bottom. But I love to really get a good stretch.
That is exactly what I would do as well. That's really good. Good squeeze. Wow, that's the tempo you lift with?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very controlled. I have to get incredibly nitpicky because this is basically perfect. She's squeezing her mid traps together. She's pulling them apart on the negative, and then look at the control on the negative. You can almost feel the fibers pulling apart on the negative. Whereas a lot of people who do this exercise will just let the weight free fall, and they only think about getting the weight up rather than controlling it on the way down. But that's when most of the growth happens. A double plus, you nailed it. Yeah, that's perfect, good job. No wonder you're so freaking jacked. What a lot of people do is they get so obsessed with adding weight that they let their form slip. Freaking jacked. What a lot of people, A double plus, you nailed it. Yeah, that's perfect, good job. No wonder you're so freaking jacked. What a lot of people do is they get so obsessed with adding weight that they let their form slip. And they're like, oh, I'm adding so much more weight, I'm getting stronger. But it's like, no, your form is just getting worse. But I think you can become so obsessive with the form that you just you can't get that oomph in the movement anymore. As long as you can still get that oomph, then I think it's totally fine to be as perfectionistic about your form as you want to be. This guy is massive. Even though you're obviously a lot bigger than me, would you be open to taking a few science-based tips from me or no?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So what's a weak point that you're trying to bring up on your physique right now?
I would say my back, more or less.
Is it more mid-back or more width? So more thickness versus width?
More width.
Let's go do some pull-ups. You want to show me your technique?
All right, let's do it.
All right. Actually, I have another question for you. What's your weight right now, bro?
345.
Bro has like almost 200 pounds on me.
I need a lot of assistance.
Yeah? Yeah, well, if you're 345 pounds, that's a nice range of motion, man. Good control. So when I talk about technique from a science-based perspective, there's two things that I look for. One is range of motion, and the other thing is control on the negative.
Okay.
You did both of those things great.
Okay.
A lot of people on pull-ups cut the range of motion short either at the bottom or at the top, with the bottom being extremely important because that's where the lats are going to be most stretched.
Yes.
The other thing a lot of people do is they tend to use a lot of momentum on pull-ups. So they kind of use a lot of hip drive to get themselves moving, which I think is actually an advantage of using assistance because it forces you to be a little bit more locked in.
Absolutely, yeah.
Guys who are trying to get really, really jacked like you are actually almost too proud to use assistance. They almost see it as like, oh, I don't need assistance, bro. But I'm a lot lighter than you. I can do quite a few bodyweight pull-ups, but I find I can connect with my lats better if I use assistance. So I thought that was a really great thing as well. The only thing I did notice, and I don't even think it's a bad thing, is that when you do your pull-ups, you almost arc a lot. You almost keep your head away from the bar.
Yes.
You notice that?
Yeah,
is that on
trying to bring my chest to the bar.
You're essentially squeezing your shoulder blades together when you do that. If you stay completely upright, you'll isolate the lats a little more through, if you just turn side on, what's called shoulder adduction. So essentially bringing it down in this plane.
Okay.
Whereas the more you lean back, now you're gonna get some mid-trap involvement. Pull-ups are meant to be a complete back exercise.
Yes.
It's not a bad thing, it's just different ways of executing it, I suppose. I'd give you an A double plus on your technique, it's great, yeah.
Coming from you means a lot.
Yeah. We wanna see what's going on. I was also incredibly curious, how many calories do you eat a day?
You know what? This year is actually less than usual. I'm like 7,000 calories a day. Less than
a day, 7,000, bro.
Like 65 to 7, usually, yes. Closer to 7.
How many grams of protein?
Just under 400.
And your body weight is 340. The studies do show that you tend to max out the anabolic response around 0.7 to 1 grams of protein per pound of body weight. So you could probably get away with like 350, 340, 350 at an upper end.
That's true.
I think I need like one more. Couple more big guys, big girls, whatever. Would you be open to taking some science-based advice from me, even though you're the pro? I don't understand. Okay. I don't speak good English. No, that's totally fine. Is it cool if I give you some workout tips? Okay. Yeah? Correct. Yeah. Okay. What's a muscle that you're trying to improve for your next show? What's something you're really trying to work on?
My legs.
So what's an exercise that you've been doing to try to bring up your legs?
Squat.
Squat? Okay.
Yeah.
Can you show me how you do it?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, let's do it. So I just want you to front squat however you normally would. Nice. That was perfect. Your depth is great. Your walkout is efficient. Your rack position is good. A lot of people have a tendency when they front squat to kind of like let their back curve forward, but you do a really good job of keeping your elbows up and keeping your chest tall. You get really deep. A lot of bodybuilders especially will try to load too much weight to the point that they end up only going about like halfway down, whereas you get all the way down. So I have to ask you another question. You're trying to bring up your legs. So how many times per week do you train your legs?
2 per week.
2 days per week? Okay, so that's perfect as well. How many sets would you say you do for your legs?
I think 10.
About 10 sets? Okay, and you do that twice per week?
Yeah.
So you're doing about 20 sets per week?
Yeah.
So I have nothing for you. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
That's great. All right. So I was curious, even though you're obviously much bigger than me, would you still be open to taking training tips from me?
Yes, of course. For him, he always likes to get in new information and learn from others. If it works for him, great. If it doesn't, then at least he'll learn something new, right?
ما فيش حد متعلم كل شيء.
Yeah,
في بعض المعلومات أنا مش متعلمها.
Nobody knows everything. Of course, there's things that he doesn't know yet, so the more he knows, the better.
What's a body part that you're trying to improve this off season? Maybe a weak point or something that you're giving more attention to?
Thickness, yeah.
Okay, so like mid traps. Mid traps. Okay.
Yes.
لا أوكي أنا معاه في أي تمرين.
You recommend anything?
For back thickness, there's actually something that I do on the T-bar row that we can try. It's a T-bar row that turns into a Kelso shrug. So once you hit failure, leave your arms straight and do this. So you're not rowing, it's a shrug. It's a mid-trap shrug. That'll allow you to get more reps for your mid-traps after you've exhausted your ability to fully row. So it's basically an extended set beyond failure. I just want you to try that out. So for mid-trap emphasis, flare the elbows out at about a 45-degree angle. If you keep them too tucked, it'll be more lat emphasis. And then once you can't squeeze it all the way up, keep your elbows locked and just shrug here. That's it. And so keep the elbows locked and just squeeze, just squeeze. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Nice. What do you think?
Yeah, good, good.
Yeah, good?
Yeah.
All right, nice. Look at his arms. Look at this. This is crazy, dude. Even though you're obviously way bigger than me, would you still be open to hearing science-based lifting advice from me?
Absolutely.
What would you say is a weak point on your physique, if any?
This isn't a good question to ask because I'm hypercritical. I think everything's a weak point.
So to me, that translates as no weak points.
One of the things I put most of my focus into is just the lats.
How many days a week do you train your lats right now?
I only train 4 times a week, so I train everything once. Biceps, I train twice.
Is there a reason for that? Like, do you think that you need 6 or 7 days for that muscle to feel recovered because you're hammering it that hard? Or do you think that after like 3 or 4 days, I'm not really sore anymore, I could come in and smash it again?
I mean, there's different ways to train, as you know, and one of the things that me and my coach have tried recently is a really high intensity program with lower volume. So we're only training 4 times a week, and with how hard I'm training, I do need about 6-7 days to rest to come back and have another good workout.
I mean, when you look at the studies on training frequency, they're mostly college-aged guys who are not even remotely at your level of muscular development. So it's like I'm totally open to the possibility that like once you get to this level, you can incur so much muscle damage in a session because of the loads you're using, because of how much sheer mass there is, that yeah, you just do need a long time for that stuff to get back to baseline.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right. Bro, I was nervous you were gonna say no about that science-based thing.
Oh yeah?
No, I'm joking. These are the things you like? Okay. I want you to do it how you would do it, so don't try to science-ify it for the video.
Yeah.
Just normal.
Nur für kurze Zeit. Der Braun Series 9 Sport mit gratis Reinigungsstation. Für eine gründliche Rasur. Jeden Tag aufs Neue.
Schnelle und kostenlose Lieferung. Unwiderstehliche Unterhaltung. Für nur 8,99 € pro Monat. Werde jetzt Prime-Mitglied.
Nice. That's the tempo you'd normally use?
At this weight, yeah.
Yeah. One thing he's clearly doing is driving his elbow down. That's going to activate his lat. And he's actually not doing what a lot of bodybuilders do on pull downs, which is squeezing their mid traps together. He's completely isolating his lat by driving his elbow down. There's almost no swaying, amazing control on the negative, and he's keeping his shoulders square. So if you look front on, he's not doing this, which a lot of people do to cheat. This is good. I think I can tell it's a non-dominant hand because you're like kind of curling with your wrist a little bit more. Also, when you extend, there's actually no need to extend back behind your midline because the lats have no leverage there. So a lot of people have a tendency when they do pull downs to go like way and pull back here, but your lats literally can't contribute to that motion. The traps can take over, but clearly he's trying to isolate his lats here, but that looks really good, Quentin.
You know, you said something and about the wrist being bent, I never catch that. And when I switched it, just something's that small, I felt a much harder contraction.
Yeah, it makes sense. Because you see, like, when you're training your lats, there are multiple joints where tension can leak. It means that if there's unwanted movement here, that tension isn't being directed as efficiently to the muscle where you want it. Last question, what's your favorite pose?
Maybe a front double bicep.
Front double bicep?
Yeah.
Would you be down to do a front double bicep with me?
Oh, sure.
Yeah? All right, let's do it. Oh, I was gonna ask you, how heavy are you, bro?
My weight now is 293.
293.
Yeah.
Okay. Makes sense. Look at the arms, bro. That's insane. Just come up close on this. Bro. Yeah. That's great. You look insane. Yeah. Quentin is probably has the most amazing physique I've ever seen in person, like that I've stood next to. And it's funny that I asked him what his weak point was, and he was like, I don't know, I have so many. And it's like, I knew he didn't have one. I'm gonna go ahead and link everybody who is in this video's Instagram, YouTube, whatever, down below. So make sure you go show them some love, let them know that you came from this video. I really appreciate that.
Put your
This video is brought to you by Squarespace. And when you're ready
honest, cause I'm honest. You're not who I love, huh? I just need to pass the time, huh? Felt good, you felt that. Come and get a piece of mine, huh? Move on, brands on me. Stripes in my pocket and a check on me. Never needed shit, so don't you check on me. Home last night to send a sex on me. Baby king, shit, I'm chosen. I whip that red Toyota like it's stolen. I treat my little orange soda like a Hellcat. She put me out in the winter, feet frozen. She wanna fuck with me cause I'm famous. And that's okay with me cause you been my favorite. I let her do it, she do a little bit. A little air in the room, she do a little bit. 12:30, I was all alone, I can't be compromised. Fucking on my ex, we ain't apologize. Cause I'm way too young and you always right. Threw it in my face, I'm on another flight. Girl at home, I ain't been living right. The little arguments always start the fight. I had to get away, so I'm with you tonight. Is there another guy? Be honest, honest, honest. Are you honest? Cause I'm honest, honest, honest. Let's be honest, cause I'm honest, honest.
I'm going back to 5:05. If it's a 7-hour flight or a 45-minute drive, in my imagination you're waiting, lying on your side, with your hands between your thighs. Stop and wait a sec. When you look at me like that, my darling, what did you expect? I'd probably still adore you with your hands around my neck, or I did last time I checked. and all I am is a man. I want the world in my hands. I hate the beach, but I stand in California with my toes in the sand. Use the sleeves of my sweater. Let's have an adventure. Head in the clouds, but my gravity centered. Touch my neck and I'll touch yours. You and those little high-waisted shorts. Oh, she knows what I think about and what I think about. One love, two mouths. One love, one house. No shirt, no blouse, just us. You find out nothing that we don't wanna tell you about. No, 'cause it's too cold for you here and now. So let me hold both your hands in the holes of my sweater. May just take your breath away. I don't mind if there's not much to say. Sometimes the silence guides the mind to move to a place so far away. The goosebumps start to raise the minute that my left hand meets your waist. And then I watch your face, put my finger on your tongue 'cause you love the taste, yeah. These hearts adore everyone the other beats hardest for. Inside this place is warm, outside is ice to pour. Coming down, one love, two mouths. One love, one house. No shirt, no blouse, just us. You find out nothing that we don't wanna tell you about. No, 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 'cause it's too cold for you here and now. So let me hold both your hands in the holes of my sweater. It's too cold for you here and now. So let me hold both your hands in the holes of my sweater. Cause it's too cold for you here and now. So let me hold both your hands in the holes of my sweater. It's too cold for you now. Let me hold both your hands in the holes of my sweater. It's too cold to handle a sweater.
Could you tell where my head was at when you found me? Me and you went to heaven back just to find peace. Man, I thought I had everything, I was lonely. Now you're my everything, I was lonely. I missed a lot of love with a lot of drugs, then I found you. She liked petty crime, she had green eyes like Mountain Dew. And where she go, I'll never know, her friends bounce to. I guess it's their loss, cause they'll never know what we'll amount to. And would you be my light, be my yellow, PYT, walking down Portobello, put a smile on his face. At the end of the day, MDMA helped us fly away. Who'd have known you would save my life? Who'd have known you would fly my kite? Could you tell, could you tell? Could you tell? Could you tell where my head was at when you found me? Me and you went to hell and back just to find peace. Man, I thought I had everything, I was lonely. Now you're my everything, I was lonely. Yeah. I remember I was all alone. Late night you would call my phone just to check if I was blessed, cause you knew I was low. Head gone rolling off the throne. I remember we was in the park. Late night made love on the grass. Got my head in the clouds counting all my stars. In my ear said the world was ours. Went to hell and back just to heal my wounds, cause it gets like that. Wrong side of the moon, no Tutankhamun. You're my Cleopatra, no side thing, don't need a backer. Need a real one, don't need an actor. A last one fake, think you want a BAFTA. Come and be my girl. Yeah. Could you tell where my head was at when you found me? Me and you went to hell and back just to find peace. Man, I thought I had everything, I was lonely. Now you're my everything, I was lonely. Yeah.
All the days we were together, all the time we were apart of each other's lives, heart to heart. And so I had a late arrival, so we never saw the start of each other's lives, heart to heart, heart to heart, heart to heart. Heart to heart, heart to heart. No, it seems so quick and easy, sentimentally assumed, walking parallels, heart to heart. To all the days we were together, to all the time we played a part in each other's lives, to heart. Heart to heart. Heart to heart. Heart to heart. Heart to heart. up to something. Fuck that, you're up to something. Scandalous. Taste my bitter heart, you know it makes you blush. But something isn't right with this happiness and the attention. You don't listen, you've been giving, you've been spending all your time on the line. Oh, oh, yeah, yeah. You're like Novocaine, Novocaine, yeah, yeah. Poison in my brain, Novocaine. Hey, 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 yeah. You're like Novocaine, Novocaine. Overdosing over you, got me feeling like a movie. Come over, let's make a movie and work your body down, down, down. Reminiscing every picture with you. Yes, I miss you, but you wasn't happy. Kick it with you in the city, busy, but you wasn't in it for the magic. And I don't want you to find love. Got me going through the motions. So come on, baby, give me something. Cause something isn't right with this happiness and the attention. You don't listen, you've been giving, you've been spending all your time on the line. Oh, 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 yeah, yeah. You're like Novocaine, Novocaine, yeah, yeah. Poison in my brain, Novocaine. Hey, 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 yeah. You're like Novocaine, Novocaine. Poison in my brain, Novocaine.
East and the west, I'm racking up on my bread, power on me, I'm feeling just like a Tesla. Too much tree, the smoke is making my chest hurt. Girl on me, I'm thinking I should've rest her. Hey, I'm thinking I should've rest. All night long, she putting me to the test. Got a lot on, I'm trying to take out the rest. Cleaning up my lines and sending them but the best. Hey girl, the cutest that I see. So bad I'm not using my Visine. Gotta get it like Leon and I'm a lysine. So beautiful like it in my dreams. Hey boom, hollering at you. Not rude, I'm just trying to be your dude. So what I gotta do is just see how that ass move. So beautiful, sorry to be cruel. Yo B, I'm making the next move. You know me, I'm nothing but just smooth. Low seats, I'm setting the right mood. All these other rappers, they talking, they just fool. Hey, I'm talking to just you. You talking to one dude. You rockin' with one dude. And if I get it right, then I'll turn off the lights soon. Hey girl, you wanna be my world. Get a shower, diamonds and some pearls. Not trying to make you my night girl. I'ma treat you right like I'm a night girl. Hey fam, I'm trying to be your man. Me talking to you is God's plan. No, I don't want a one night stand. Take you around the world, just grab on my right hand.
Where did you learn what it means to reciprocate? How much can I be expected to tolerate? So I started to think about the plans I made the day unpaid, and you just can't call a spade a spade. I watched the moon, let it run my mood. Can't stop thinking of you. I watched you. So nice to know you. I'll be moving on. We started off in such a nice place. We were talking the same language. I open and I'm closing. You can't stand the thought of a real beating heart. You'd be holding, having trouble owning and admit that I am hoping. I watched the moon, let it run my mood. Can't stop thinking of you. I watched you. So nice to know you. I'll be moving on, moving
Something bad is about to happen to me. I don't know what, but I feel it coming. Might be so sad, might leave my nose running. I just hope she don't wanna leave me. Don't you give me up, please. Don't give up on me. I belong with you, only you, baby. Only you, my girl, only you, baby. Only you, darling, only you, baby. Only you, my girl, only you, baby. Only you, darling, only you. Something bad is about to happen to me. Why I feel this way, I don't know, maybe. I think of her so much, it drives me crazy. I just don't want her to leave me. Don't you give me up, please. Don't give up on me. I belong with you, only you, baby. Only you, my girl, only you, baby. Only you, darling, only you, baby. Only you, my girl, only you, baby. Only you, darling, only you. alone. Don't you give me up, please don't give up on me. I belong with you and only you, baby. Only you, my girl, only you, baby. Only you, darling, only you, baby. Only you, my girl, only you, baby. Only you, darling, only you. I'm scared. It feels like you don't care. Enlighten me, my dear. Why am I still here? I don't mean to be complacent with the decisions you make, but why? In the back of my mind, you died, and I didn't even cry. No, not a single tear. And I'm sick of waiting patiently for someone that won't even arrive. In the back of my mind, I killed you, and I didn't even regret it. I can't believe I said it, but it's true. I hate you.
Telling myself I won't go there. Oh, but I know that I won't care. Trying to wash away all the blood I've spilled. This loss is a burden that we both share. Two sinners can atone from a lone breath. Souls tied, intertwined by pride and guilt. There's darkness in the distance from the way that I've been living, but I know I can't resist it. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. You and I drink the poison from the same vine. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. Hiding all of our sins from the daylight, running from the daylight, running from the daylight. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. Telling myself it's the last time. Can you spare any mercy that you might find? If I'm down home,